That was pretty quick, actually. Well done.
I had the opportunity.
Check to be sure we're live and we'll get started.
I was thinking there was gonna be a prize. Oh, yeah.
And on.
I think I was with you at that time.
Right outside. There and Sharon and I spent 2 weeks over there, and we went all over.
Get everybody's attention. We'll get started. Again, we're on live stream, but again, welcome all. Hope everybody had a good evening last night. I think I sure did, and as usual, Colonel Brody does an extraordinary job with our musical professionals. So we're gonna miss his leadership, aren't we, Scott? It's always amazing, and the energy he puts into it. So we'll recognize him in just a moment. But before we do, first order of business to approve the minutes. Can I have a motion to approve? So moved. Second. Any discussion or questions? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed. So I'll actually direct you to your board books too, because the next topic is incredibly important. A set of resolutions to recognize some pretty amazing people. And there's a couple of categories. The first one you see is around Senator Norman. I think we had a chance to see Senator Norman had a parade the other day. Obviously, as everyone knows, he was a significant contributor and supporter over the years. We also have, I think, 5 retiring faculty. Many of the names you recognize. Again, as we all know, that this place runs on the back of strength of our faculty, and so we have some amazing people that have served as well. And we certainly wish them all as we move into as they move into the next phase of their lives. But obviously, Colonel Brody being one of them, and it's he's certainly very much worth our thoughts and recognition. The other are 2 departing Board of Visitors members. Scott, again, as we said the other evening, very much miss your leadership, and we'll miss you around the board. So we want to ask you to prepare a speech right now. Your committee report will suffice. A little bit later. And then certainly General Dominic, and wonderful to have a chance to have Mary with us the other evening, along with Ernie and his wife. So I'd ask for a motion to approve those resolutions.
So moved.
For a second. Any discussion? Please say aye. Aye. Stand approved. The next thing I'd point you to are there's some comments for
yes, sir.
Public comments.
So when I got back to my office last night, there was another public comment that had been submitted, so that's been loaded into the portal. And so are you for public comment, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we have one person who was signed up for public comment, Mr. Bob Morris.
That would be me.
Okay. You'll have 3 minutes to speak to the board.
Stay here or come up there, sir.
You can come up here, please.
Yeah, thank you.
Stop.
Good morning. My name is Nancy Harvey, and I'm here representing the 13 alumni who sent the Board of Visitors the public comment, respectfully requesting a 3-minute moment of silence for Cadet Peter McCrary, class of 56, who died February 8th of this year. Cadet McCrary came from a legacy family whose grandfather, father, 2 sons and grandsons all attended and graduated from VMI. Let us all give honor and respect due Cadet McCrary by bowing our heads in a 3-minute moment of silence. Thank you.
Very much appreciate those comments. But I may make one comment before we enter a moment of silence.
Yes,
Would also like to recognize that throughout time we lose members of the VMI family, and we lost Captain Jack Casey recently in the class of 19. We all recognize the name Gil Minor. Gil passed some time ago, but we have a parade recognition for Gil next week. And I don't want to go through the entire list, but we have many people who we've lost from the family here. And so as we think about the moment of silence, ask that we think about it in the context of all those that we've actually lost.
Thank you for including them.
Thank you. And others, as I said, there's many. I don't think we should get in the habit of always going through every one of them, but we have a very tight family, and when we lose people, I think we all feel those losses. So if we take a moment of silence, and I'll get back to the program. Thank you very much, all. And again, we thank you for your comments.
Thank you,
Thanks
sir.
for bringing these attention, not just the loss of Mr. McCreary, but obviously it's time for us to recognize all those that we.
Absolutely, sir. You're welcome.
Are there any other public comments? Sir.
Oh, as always, one of the highlights of our meeting is having our core leadership with you and with us actually. And as we all get a chance to spend time with them outside the board room, I think we're even more impressed with those that are actually leading the core these days. And so, General, I'll pass it over to you to introduce the core leadership team, and Jack, we're anxious to hear their comments.
Thank you. So this morning we have with us current class 24 cadet leadership. They prepare for kind of their final run and begin to pass over the map. You've had the opportunity to 24, but I'm going to kind of bring them up individually and just let them talk to you about number one, how they think this year's gone from the standpoint of leadership, and then talk to all a little bit and introduce their successors. So the first is, again, our regimental commander, Cadet Mark Shelton, who's from Stafford, Virginia. He is a computer science major set to commission in the United States Army. He was also an athlete. So Mark, come on up.
Morning, members of the board, Major General Wins, and everyone else in the room. Before I begin, I do want to thank you all for a wonderful evening last night. I think it was my second or third time breaking bread with the Board of Visitors, and every time I get the opportunity to do that, I always leave very nourished and you know, excited to go back.
Food wise only, though.
Thank you all for yesterday evening. I only have a couple remarks for you all this morning. This past year, it's been a very packed year and a very accomplished year for the Corps, and then for the leadership. We've had a lot of events ranging from obviously the rat line, from various old Corps activities to training, to Corps events like we had this past weekend with the Corps picnic on the parade deck. A lot of events, right? And so the Corps, at every opportunity, at every phase in the road, was able to show up and perform and whatever it is we're trying to accomplish and get done. So on that end, good to go. From the goals that we set this year, I feel like for myself and the team and that individuals who are around me, we did a good job in terms of trying to instill discipline within the Corps, try to build esprit de corps within the Corps cadets. Obviously, that's one of the harder things that we tried to accomplish, was to build the spirit within VMI, within every cadet. But we did a lot of things this year to do that, or to try to accomplish that. And hopefully next year's leadership tries to carry that on, because I think it's pretty important, especially here at VMI. And then also trying to prepare next year's leaders to take over and to lead the Corps. So we've had about a 1.5 month long process, transition process from the class of 24 to the class of 25, and trying to prepare those individuals to step up and take charge and take the leadership mantle of the Corps cadets next year. Honestly, I feel like they're prepared to do that. We only have a week and a half left, so hopefully, they realize that it's coming, it's fastly approaching, and they're going to be responsible for leading the Corps and for all that entails. But I do believe that they are capable and have the abilities to do such. So very excited for them. And actually, my successor, he's actually getting ready to walk in here in a second. His name is Brian Pritchard. He's India Company operations sergeant right now. But Brian, he's a great individual, and I'm excited for him to take leadership of the Corps next year. But barring any questions from you all, I'll go grab him real quick. I think he might be.
Just remind us what you're going to be doing.
Yeah, thank you, sir. I'll be commissioning May 15th this year, 2 weeks from now, into the United States Army as a cyber operations officer. And I'm also going to pursue my master's degree in computer science at Virginia Tech in the fall. But that's great. That's the outlook for me for the next 2 years. So
Best.
very excited.
Thank you.
Mark, congratulations on a great year and beating the Citadel in football and basketball.
Baseball.
Women's soccer. Like I said, the list of accomplishments this year, very long, and that's all credit to the Corps and the Corps supporting the Corps. That goes back to esprit de Corps, and like our Ranger Challenge team went up to Sandhurst. Obviously, they didn't do as well as we were hoping, but the Corps on their departure at 06 in the morning before BRC was in the third barracks in the courtyard as they were walking out, cheering them on. We had about 200, 300 cadets down there for that. So yeah, I'd say that the Corps has accomplished a lot of things, but it couldn't have been possible without the support of the Corps and supporting each other. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. So I'm gonna go grab them.
I'll go ahead and have the next class of 24 leader come on up, and then we'll get Mr. Pritchard up here last. So next is the first class president, Cole Cathcart. He's a local cadet, grew up here in Lexington, Virginia. Parents have been very close to VMI. Dad is a VMI grad. Mom works over in alumni agencies, economics and business major, looking to commission the United States Navy here real soon. Mr. Cathcart.
Thank you very much. Board, General Wins, thank you for having me up here one last time. Wanted to give a few updates on where cadet government is, where cadet government's heading, give some personal remarks, and then some thanks at the end. Since we've seen each other last, cadet government, as Mr. Shelton had talked about, has worked to usher the next class of leaders to come up and fill the class of 2024 shoes. So helped out the Officer of the Guard Association, the OGA. I helped them with that investigations process to work on handling cadet misconduct. We also elected the class of 2027's general committee, elected 3 fine gentlemen to class president, vice president, historian. President, Mr. Matthew Assad, has done almost 10 years in the Army, I believe 2 deployments, and is just a great guy. Vice President, Mr. Pearson Reed, did a year at Auburn and for some reason decided to transfer to the Institute, but he is here and he is now the class vice president of 2027. The historian is Mr. Isaiah Glover, who just traveled with the school boxing team down to Texas. So needless to say that their class is set. I think they can handle themselves pretty well. So we're proud of those folks. And additionally, we were just kind of working as the first class to send ourselves off in a positive way. The class of 2024 has a couple arduous events coming up. We have a class social or class party, so some people call it, class golf tournament, and then graduation. So class of 2024 has a tough few days ahead while we're still here at the Institute. One thing I wanted to talk about this morning was kind of where I see the Corps through the lens of the current world. I had a conversation a couple months ago with a member of the administration, and we were talking about how wonderful VMI was and the great people that VMI produces. And this individual had expressed they were a little upset that VMI had not produced a president of the United States, and which is a great goal. But I personally, for multiple reasons, was very happy that we hadn't. But the main reason, as I look around at college campuses across the country, I look at the divisiveness, I look at the anger, I look at folks on sides of political spectrums of different ideologies, just physically attacking each other, hurting each other, hurling insults that don't mean anything at each other. While all that's going on, the Corps is here. The Corps has got their Corps of practice, Corps of Bible study. The Corps is working hard. So while it would be great to have a president of the United States come from the VMI Corps of Cadets, that would be fantastic. The world needs people that amidst the chaos are diligently working, doing what they're told, going above and beyond, and doing the right thing. And I'm confident that that's where the Corps is now, and that's where the Corps has been. I wanted to share that with the board. I'd felt that for a while. I know there's a lot of chatter around VMI and where it's at. Regardless of the small things, the details, the core the wheels of the core are turning, the core is working hard, and the core is working quietly amidst all the chaos that we see in the world. And I'm proud of that. I'm proud to enter that crazy world with that work ethic and that ideology. To end my statements, just wanted to say it's been a pleasure getting to know many of you in this room. I'm a little sad to go and to quit this professional relationship. I know that the board will continue to work hard. The faculty and the administration will continue to work hard, and then the rising cadets will continue to work hard as well. My successor is not here today. Mr. Noah Chapman, he was in the Commodores last night. He was working hard up there, so give him a break for his good performance last night. But Mr. Chapman, he studied music at ODU before transferring to VMI. He's become very close with Colonel Brody. I know he'll be sad to see him leave, but Noah Chapman has led his class through some tough times, some turbulent times, but also some really good times. So he's a wise man. He'll do a good job next year, and I know y'all enjoy working with him. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your leadership and your commentary. We should bottle that up actually in terms of some of the messaging there. It was very well done. Thank you.
Thank you.
You'd have to say something.
Warner Collier, he's a Richmond young man, comes from a legacy of VMI graduates as well. Economics and business major with a minor in cybersecurity and computer science, and he's also a Division I athlete, having been on our soccer team. So good day, Collier.
Thanks for the introduction, sir. Morning, board. It's a tough act to follow. Cold, a great speaker. I'm not as good, so bear with me here, but I'll try to do my best. But no, I'm really excited to serve in the position I have over the past year. It's really been a blessing to just be able to witness everything from the interactions with cadets, with alumni, faculty, with you all. It's really encouraging to see the continued buy-in to the ideals of honor, which have persisted for hundreds of years. And whether it's just conversations with cadets or watching strategic planning sessions with board visitors, to have that unification and vision is really something special. And I just want to thank you all for your continued support throughout this year. Without you all, it makes our job in barracks a lot easier, because we know that we can rely on you to continue to work in the best interests of us in barracks. So it's great to see. In terms of this year in the honor court, we've been very busy, lots on our plate, but it's made my job easier to have all the members of the honor court, the best in barracks, who just diligently work for the cause and are so dedicated and have a fire and a passion. And I'm really excited for next year's leadership. We have a really great group of individuals on the honor court who I know are just going to continue to carry that torch and are going to do probably a better job than we have, just to see all the brilliant minds that are there. To give you an introduction, Eli, he'll be the president for next year. To give you the important stuff, he's slightly taller than I am, so a little bit more intimidating. But he's India Company Commander for next year. He's a Marine Corps. He's going to commission Marine Corps. He's from Chancellorsville, and he's an IS major. So if Eli, you want to give a few words. Yeah. One thing I've been impressed with Eli over the past year is he's just a very thoughtful individual, and I know he's going to be able to handle tests and problems very well.
Thank you. Morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Morning.
Again, Elijah Alberti from Chancellorsville, Virginia, International Studies major, and I just finished a Mandarin minor, so I'm pretty excited about that. To have that finished. Extremely humbled to have the position. I'm excited. I have a lot to learn. The short time that I'm here with Warner, I think I'll be in his office a lot, taking in as much as I can. I look forward to working with you all and meeting some more of you as the next year goes on. I don't have too much other than the most recent thirds that we just brought up, who are going to be second classmen next year. I just want to echo to you all that they're some of the most talented in the Corps, like Warner said. Extremely talented individuals. They're excited to be up there, and they're learning quickly. From my lens, the court next year is in good hands, and we have a lot of work to do, but it's good work. All extremely privileged and excited. You guys don't have any questions?
Good luck. Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Lee.
Okay, thank you. Last, I want to introduce next year's regimental commander, Cadet Brian Pritchard. He's from Thornton, Colorado. went to high school and is a graduate of the Marine Military Academy in Harlingen, Texas. He's here at VMI as an English major. He is looking to commission in the United States Marine Corps. And he is also, prior to being regiment commander, he was the operations sergeant for India Company. Cadet Pritchard.
You, sir. Morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am Cadet Brian Pritchard, Thornton, Colorado, as General Wins has already said. I'm extremely nervous and humble about my commitment next year. It's a big shift from what I've been doing this year as an operations sergeant with and now I'm kind of focusing on everything. So just to kind of update on what we've been focusing on this year is right now we're working with cadre training, trying to get everything ready for the summer to run a professional rat line next year and just a professional corps. We're trying to get the old corps involved a lot more, so it's not just about the rats. I think a big goal we have is kind of pride in the corps. That's a really big goal that we're trying to focus on. Haven't figured it out yet, but we're definitely working on it. That's really all I have is
Summer was the only time you can prepare for everybody getting back here in August, isn't it?
yes, sir. It is. It's gonna be a very busy summer, but it's gonna pay off. And I really look forward to working with you guys and meeting more of you as it goes on.
Be with you as well. Thank you very much.
Sir.
Good luck. I'm sure everybody sees the same thing, not just the quality of the people, but just the time spent to assure good succession. And there's depth and those sorts of things, which Cedric Bogey, I know that you play a role in that too. So it shows actually in these discussions. So thank you. Any questions or comments from any other board members? Scott, you're going to miss this part. This is the part you love with getting the feedback from the cadets. I know. Yeah, absolutely. That's exactly right. Absolutely right. Well, listen, I think at this point we're ready to move. I think David, to your report from the agencies. Each of us, I think. As usual. Amy put it to the page you're supposed to focus on, I think, actually. So, yeah.
Folks, here we have cameras out. Who's watching? Jim Benz, Board of Ed. Yes, thank you. Have a few slides and just would like to go through and kind of update you real quick on where we are with the VMI alumni agencies. Again, focused a lot this year, obviously, on events and fundraising. You can see our fundraising results right now. Our commitments are about 18 million. We're out about the next 4 bullets. We've been working hard. Overall donors are up 7. Alumni donors up 13. This donor retention and alumni retention rates are up. On a national average, all college and university, if you have a retention rate between 40 and 45, you're doing well. Ours is about 57 and continuing to hopefully go up. We also launched what's called the Gold Society, and that is graduates of the last decade. So 10 years out. Started that in January. We already have 101 folks in that society. And I want to thank everybody around this table. From the next bullet, the day of giving was very successful. We started out with an original goal of about 500 donors. We passed that by 11 o'clock, and we ended up the night with 1,148 donors with $272,000 being raised. Again, very proud of those that effort. We continue again to raise money for call to duty. Again, right now we're at 1.4, and correct me, Andrew, I think we had an MOU signed this week for the $1 million. That probably next week.
Is there a goal for that one that you're trying to get to?
80 million. No.
Just trying to be sure we keep it. Yeah.
Big program. And
it came out so clearly in Shannon and Joe's discussion the other day about just how important that's been to our ability to get the emissions
big
numbers
boost.
where we need to get them.
Coming around in November of next year, the 50th anniversary of the Institute Society. Be a 2-day kind of program this year. We're going to have a VIP. We're in contract negotiations with a nationally recognized speaker to come in. And after the Institute side, this time, first time we're going to have a tent party outside with a band and a little after party get together. Continue to work again a lot with Jackson Hope and P. Those two are striving really well. Look, next bullet, 10th, 25th, and 50th. Along, the work that goes in fundraising wise on those, it starts sometimes 2 to 3 and sometimes even 4 years out, which is again very important because you can see that the last line, about 1/4 of our giving comes from those gifts every year. So again, important.
That's directed at you too, Tom.
No, he's not. You have the wrong seat here, apparently.
The Cadet Club is getting ready to ramp up, compete to win next week. Again, this is focusing on operational money. Looking forward to that. What's interesting in the numbers in the prior slide, we had compete to win already by those participation numbers. So we're looking to really blow through some participation numbers this year. Looking on the alumni front, I missed one up here. And the first bullet should be about a month ago, we had Legacy Day. Legacy Day, we bring in young folks. There were 280 running around on the parade ground. Groups Jenna Wins probably saw them all out there. Big success. About 160 potential, I guess, legacy parents and friends were out there with us with them. Affinity group, affinity reunions is going to be, I think, somewhere part of our future. The Cadet Club started them with football and track and swimming. They have one for basketball. Lacrosse has them, but now we're seeing them branch out into other things. And with Brody's retirement, we decided to do a band reunion. And so again, believe it or not, 280 folks came back for that reunion. It was a nice fundraiser for us, started a nice scholarship in Brody's name. Alumni Association also hosted its first remote voting for alumni, for members. Again, it was a big success and the full slate was passed by a large margin. And we also continued in that survey that we did. There are some questions that we're asking, continue to put them out, whether it's in alumni review and turnouts. I've got to go back. I got to ask everybody on that call to duty, turn to page 37, just take a little picture in the alumni review that Amy passed out. We'll see. I think, was it John that said it's a
If you look at John, actually, yeah, that's exactly right.
John,
Look away.
If you look in the right corner, there's a little QR code there. Anything you do, we would appreciate it.
I'll see you taking that phone out.
That's right here.
And that also sends people to the video that Mr. Adams mentioned. Oh, that QR.
Yeah, we have
All in on this.
we have a series of rollouts on that. Again, it's very important, I think, and absolutely. Shannon will back us up on that, I'm sure. Just real quick, not a whole lot here. We continue to do well in our investment. We were at 762 million strong. That includes the George C. Marshall. And so the assets that are for the agencies or VMI are about 755 million. And you can see our real proud of our 10-year, our to date number, 10.22, beating our index by 200 basis points. And the last number on here, the 8.58, real strong since inception. That's going to be about 15 years. Again, our support, our ability to provide support remains robust because of this, with our private support, again, rivaling state support when you get to your budgets. Next, communication and marketing. We're wrapping up really what was an 18-month plan to get VMI good news stories out, lots of different channels. And you can see that we left no stone unturned If you go down to the second to last bullet, we did put up those 10 bulletin boards, and we do know that heard that the Secretary of Education had made note of that in Capitol. One of those was the average salary, I think. And then we're going to end up the year with some social media advertising. Here's all my unsung heroes here. We've got advancement services to human resources. All these folks work somewhat behind the scene. You take the advancement service team working with the Alumni Association on these reunions. We had 9 reunions come in, including the band. They had 28 events and over 900 people on post the last couple of weeks. So that's very, very strong. Human resources, again, it's an evolution. Every time we turn over, again, once we combined all the agencies and getting everybody on the same book and the same page was a heavy lift. We're there. Financial services, just the budgets and the audit team, and all the gift entry that goes on there is every year is a heavy. And Monday the 13th, we actually start our audit for the next fiscal year. I want to thank Dallas and his group working in partner with us on all these financial services that we do. Speaking about partnerships, I want to thank General Winds. We had representation on all 5 working groups of that strategic plan, which then helps us get insight as to what's going on. So when we start the next campaign, we'll have a little more information on what's going on. And also in the Commandant search, we've had, we had staff or representation on the Commandant, the Director of Communications, Athletic, and the task force. So we do appreciate that also. Really happy with the last bullet. As you can see, the number of events that we're doing, the need for a new Moody Hall is right in front of us. We take the class, I think 62 had 80% of their folks come back, and there's about 600 people with wives. If you take the classes that we have coming in at 500, they double up to 1,000. You get 80 of that percent come back. We need a place for about 800 folks. And there's no place in Rockbridge County that can hold that kind of event. This one will help us a lot. I have to close by, I want to thank Anthony Moore. Anthony Moore, 2 years ago, came in my office and said, I got a lot of things I want to accomplish in the last 2 years. And I can tell you, we've had some highs and some lows. There are probably a few things left on that list. It's been a pleasure working with Anthony, and look forward to seeing him around other times. Anthony, thank you.
Absolutely. Anthony, well, thank you.
With that, if I'll take any questions. Sir.
Just one question. What percentage typically on an annualized basis are not, in terms of contributions, are non-alums?
It's not that, but help me. I know Andrew's got it.
I mean, our alumni participation has ranged from I would probably say it's about 70% of our donors. Off the top of my head, I mean, I can give you the exact.
The alums. So about 30% are
30%, yeah.
coming from non-alums.
That's parents and.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
Like just rough numbers. Okay, all right.
Somewhat awkward question, David, but all the reunions and all the groups that have been coming in, what are the 2 or 3 things you hear most frequently from those when they come in?
Number one thing I hear every reunion I walk into, what a great reunion and what a great staff you have. I mean, you got to remember, the first one were the classes of 55 and older. We have a lot of golf carts driving around to get them around. They really like the service. And the other thing you hear is it's great to be back. There's been a lot of changes, and some of them, this is the first time I've been back in 50 years. Some, I've been back 30 years. And as I tell all of them, you need to go out and grab one of these cadets and speak to them, and they really find out what's going on. And again, just happy just to be back, seeing folks and talking to the core. Things to do.
Any other comments for David?
Anything else?
Good.
Appreciate, thank you all for all you do.
Well, thank you.
You
And
all some
again-
heavy lifts too.
Yeah, again, I think we've said it many times, but thank you for what the agencies do to support our plan, actually. And Anthony, we'll miss you as well, too. I know you'll still be around, but thank you for your leadership. Okay, with that, I think we're gonna move to committee assignments and just ask everybody. I think one of the things we're trying to do is wrap up the OSHA session around 10 because we've got a lot to cover in closed session. So just a little help would be helpful. Sorry to put the pressure on each of your committee chairs for that responsibility, but I guess you want to get us started with academic affairs?
Motion, so I'll just try to move through these fairly quickly, but if anybody has any questions, we're happy to elaborate. The first action item is changes in the faculty. That's in your materials, all the changes to the faculty, pretty standard. We had some retirements of some incredible people who spent a lot of time serving institute, some new appointments and changeover in the military department. The motion is consider the changes in the faculty on the list dated April 12th, and we recommend that visitors approve the changes in the faculty and that the list be part of the minutes. So if anybody has any questions or just
That is a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion? Anybody opposed? Please stand approved. Thanks, Gussie.
our next action item is the approval of the list of graduates. As we know, we grant degrees on May 16th, also on September 15th, December 31st, and January 31st. We're charged as a board with the responsibility of approving all the graduates in the institute. And there's a list of graduates, it's a preliminary list of materials. So we also recommend over the list dated April 12th, and we also recommend that we grant to the Deputy Superintendent for Academics and Dean of the Faculty the authority to delete names of cadets who do not meet the requirements of graduation and or to add names of graduates who meet the requirements.
We'll take that as a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion? Anybody opposed? They approved.
Next action item is approval of Jackson Hope grants. It's our responsibility to approve all Jackson Hope Fund appropriations for acceptance. On April 9th, the Jackson Hope Board of Overseers funded 5 grant proposals for 2023, 2024 through 2028, 2029 academic years. A total of $1,702,000. And the breakdown for that is first amount is $4,000 to update the PIS Cadet Research Laboratory. And apparently that was done last year, but we forgot to do the chairs. We did $4,000 to the chairs. There was a grant of $153,000 for faculty development, $70,000 for faculty recruiting, and $25,000 for new directions in teaching and research. Finally, the VMI Center for Undergraduate Research, 1.45. So again, I think there's additional information about the use of those funds in your materials. But we talked about it, we considered it, and recommended the Board of Visitors.
Motion is there a second? Any discussion? Anyone opposed? Thanks.
All right, next action item is approval of changes to the faculty handbook, which we are charged with approving any changes in VMI regulations. The faculty handbook was last updated in January 2024. And we've got a couple additional changes. Changes basically to the tenure and promotion review process. One is just moving the date up from the 1st of November to the 15th of October for consideration of tenure and promotion candidates. The other is to add an opportunity for a promotion candidate to rebut or to challenge departmental recommendations. So just adding an extra step in the process there. And then explicitly permitting tenure and promotion candidates to solicit and submit up to 3 letters of recommendation from external to VMI and their tenure and promotion review materials. Evidently, this was something that was done informally, and we're just putting it in the regulations to solidify that process. And one additional thing I would add is that if people don't have those external letters of recommendation, it's not counted against them. It's just something they can add in. And we're also making a change to the faculty advisory council. regulations, changing the service eligibility to prohibit members of the Tenure and Promotion Committee from serving on the Faculty Advisory Committee. And we would also direct Faculty Advisory Committee members who are appointed as department heads, senior administrators, or are selected to the Tenure and Promotion Committee to then resign their seats on the Faculty Advisory Committee, so they're not holding those dual roles. So those are the changes, and we discussed those in committee, and we recommend that the Board of Visitors approve the changes to faculty handbook dated May 4, that those changes be made part of the minutes.
Motions or a second? Okay. Discussion or questions? Anyone opposed? Thank you. Please stand approved, Gussie. Thank you.
Sure. We're also charged with approving changes to the curriculum. We went through the list of changes in the curriculum, nothing super notable there. That's materials. And we recommend approval of the curricular changes dated April 12th, 2024. I move that we approve those changes and so made part of the minute.
Second? Discussion? Anyone opposed? Stand approved then. Thanks, Gus.
We just to round out the report, we had a couple additional discussion points. Working group, we just got an update there. It was formed 2 years ago, and it's been mentored by General Gwen Bingham, who is Scott Wall Jr. visiting chair in leadership and ethics. And she meets with the group monthly and meets with various other groups on both women's groups and other cadets and staff. They're just considering a role going forward, and they've got some proposed changes, and that will be presented to us in the fall. We also discussed the development of the administrative and professional faculty compensation guidelines. The Institute Compensation Committee was charged with developing these guidelines for administrative and professional faculty salaries to be used in making hiring offers and for compensation equity considerations. It's different than the teaching and research faculty compensation model, which has a sort of more clear progression based on years of service, education, things like that. So it's a little bit has been a little bit of a difficult process, just because the positions we have here don't necessarily translate to other positions and other institutions. So we kind of they looked at sort of what the duties are and compared setting those levels of compensation. So it's pretty interesting. We went through that. We can, if anybody has questions about how that process worked, we can talk about it. They're still looking at some of the positions within finance and support and the covenants organizations. Once that work is completed, they'll present the guidelines to the superintendent for review. Check that out and see where we are with regard to our compensation of folks, and how we compare with other colleges. Innovation programming. Colonel Cliff West is the Director of Innovation Programming. He's responsible for developing relationships and providing direction to innovative programs supporting the academic program. These provide a lot of internships and other opportunities in the summer undergraduate entrepreneurship program. That's going to be new this year. I believe the dean spoke to us about that a little bit yesterday in the full board meeting. It's a 5-week program during the summer session. So we'll be interested to hear where that goes. You know, the undergraduate research program has been great. We'll see how the entrepreneurship program goes. So it'll be really interesting. The Army Research Lab and NATO collaborations, again, research opportunities, internships, collaborations related to cyber defense program and the Commonwealth Cyber Initiative. Again, internship and research opportunities in computer science and other disciplines. So a lot of good stuff going on, a lot of great opportunities for cadets to access. Let's see. And then we got an update on the P Fellows. We talked a little bit about that, I think, in the full board meeting yesterday as well. The P Fellows receive a 2-year scholarship to attend graduate school. They have to be interested in an academic discipline that's offered at VMI. So we encourage folks to come back and apply for jobs here. They're not eligible if it's in a field that we don't offer here, because then they're not going to be able to. They need to have the support of a VMI department head who will be their mentor, and them to be willing to consider joining the VMI faculty if there's a position open, but they're not required to. There's not an obligation. That's something that, you know, we're building a relationship there in hopes that if there's a position open in their field, they'll come back or they'll consider teaching here. And that's it. Anybody have anything to add or any other questions?
Poor Gussie. Well done. And well, maybe we'll take a pause for a second because we had at lunch the academic board there, and I assume everybody felt that was useful too. And for those that have had a chance to do it a couple of years in a row, we had different format this time, which was more the one-on-one piece versus have everybody in the room. But any feedback as to which of the two you prefer, those that had a chance to see both?
Yeah, thanks for asking. I liked having them in this room together. I thought it was a more vibrant conversation. So that's my vote for those who've done both. Having them in the room was one of the best things we've done since I've been on.
Yeah, good. Agreed. Yeah. Okay.
I liked having him in the room, but I got to sit with my former academic advisor. Loved it. It was so nice. I was talking, it was late for my next committee meeting. Maybe we could alternate or.
Both, you can always accept those that make it optional that want to come, or other faculty join us in lunch, but have a meeting.
Yeah. Okay.
It's great.
That makes sense.
Really helpful to hear from them.
Yeah. It was good.
But again, it's good to go. We got such a great review the last time we did it. Just, we want to keep it up.
Oh, yeah.
Doing it. The question is just what's the best format that people find most useful. So this is helpful. Then we'll try to feed this back into the process next time.
Yep.
All right. Thank you, Gussie. Damon, athletics.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you. Out yesterday, all board members, all committee members, attendance, improvement last, and, healthy discussion. The department did introduce, new staff members. To the department, we had, one particular one that we're very excited about is Mr. Blake Brinkley. Been a new assistant AD for corporate sponsorships. And, that role, you know, he provided his current background. He's coming from a background where he's done corporate relationships outside of athletics. And he's bringing it back to the athletic arena and shared. He's often running great updates and to be a engagement of a 5-year plan around sponsorship. Now we have revenue goals right now, first year anticipated of $163,000 goal and the initial beginning of this tenure year around revenue goals and sign agreements and looking for initial goals as well in coordination with alumni outreach, getting alumni businesses, collaboration also with the cadet club has already been started. Also, he spoke to also the expansion of our the military classic of the South, branding that across all sports, which we take advantage of a 4-year level of sponsorships. Very aggressive teams already in the works for that endeavor. I'm very excited about that. We also had a couple other hires in athletic communications and creative content, digital media, equipment services area. 2 of the folks are posting already on their position. It's coming in for the summer month. Roles there. Then we went to talk about the highlights of the winter and spring sport. We've had success in and out of the classroom for several of our cadet athletes, ranging from academically excelling. And then the emphasis was provided. We were hosting of the American East Conference Swim and Dive Championships. A huge highlight of the conversation. We have signed a verbal agreement with the University of Virginia to compete in football in 2030 and 2032. Contract will bring roughly about $1 million in guarantees, and with that, you know, there were complimentary tickets to over this bring back that around here. But we will see that agreement signed here this month here in May. We talked about the NCAA legislation updates, which was passed mentioned that yesterday regarding the NIL name and likeness. Where institutions are allowed to be involved in helping athletes with deals, but nobody directly from institutions. So kind of NCAA in that respect. Southern Conference, we're the only Southern Conference team in the state of Virginia. So Virginia is one of this particular legislation. Other states are looking into similar legislation as well to implement that. But we're not taking the lead per se, but so legislation, make sure that the students are involved in that process. We're on to additional development legislation as well, with the Department of Labor providing a threshold on employees, which is increasing. Basically, that would put or assuming that employees, I think that July 1 or 25, that threshold $15,000 can have a potential impact on our in our athletic program in that regard. Also, there's settlement. The NCAA has been sued several times in reference to the there's a $3 billion lawsuit which settled, and then that will allow some of those dollars to increase scholarships for the students. So it's a lot of moving parts in that regard. And that kind of surrounded the prohibition, NIL previous people were cool over that NIL activity or NIL became involved. We spoke to the NCAA transfer portal, just real briefly. Most of our impact has been around on the basketball program. We've had this year 6 underclassmen entered the transfer portal. 2 graduate transfers. This year was the last year of the COVID, so in that regard, they graduated, but then they can still move on to another institution versus stand. So that can open some discussion of how we can kind of address that, provide an extra year for our cadets that graduate. We spoke of a discussion about providing some type of graduate program which we can take advantage of as well. We're at a disadvantage when it comes to the portal because of our requirements to come in to VMI. So we try to look at ways to take full advantage of that. The bulk of our discussion was around budget. I'm gonna take a high level quick synopsis of it, but our budget, talking about our revenues, cost controls, we're still in excess of $1 million. So that's like an increase about 7%. Our budget for the athletics department, talking about ways how we can control the costs. The department across the board has been a very, very tight ship. There's potential ways of increase, stabilize salaries, maybe an option to kind of once we get our budget in control manner. There are actions around the budget that we're looking to. We've already started with the corporate 6 bullets that we introduced. Mention our last meeting to include the budgetary pressures, revenue increases around corporate sponsorship, cadet fee increases, reaching back out to where the superintendent discretionary fund is call. And also we're going to be closely with them, which we're already going. We're closely with our cadet club and working with our operation. We did present a slide which provided to the committee members about a 10-year look back on what the athletic budget looked like, and how we were, how the budget is either if we ran a deficit in some fashion, how was that subsidized? We did reach in creative ways to find those funds either through some of that operational funds where cadet clubs supported that, So continued, funding, to offset, our budget shortfalls. So it hasn't been a, surprise to us, as we spoke in our last. At the same time, it hadn't been unusual that we, didn't that always work in a balanced budget over this time frame. So we just wanted to show that what that looks like. But the whole athletics, is part of the grand scheme, budget processes, the importance that they kind of expressed. Finance committee, the importance of athletics. It's been my here, a third of how we operate, how what really. So, it's challenging, it's been a challenging time. Athletics, we did take the moment to, look at all other FCS schools, that are similar size, it's not unusual, all institutions, athletic budgets are in a trained, operate fashion that's, athletics are very high visible part of the institution, gets us into many doors, not academically, but exposure to, when we travel in regions of the country. Right now, we're, we spoke to where we are amongst our Southern Conference team. We're ninth in how we of our budget. In athletics, we want to be at least up to the middle of the road. So it takes effort, creativity, overall aim, raising our revenue. With other FCF schools, most of their supporters come from their 30% come from their alumni. Ours is 48%. So they have a burden on how we got to our alums support back there. Closing out with that, any committee members have any other comments or staff?
Yeah, I just want to emphasize, I had this discussion. I mean, whether how you feel, I don't think we're going to balance the athletic budget in the next couple of years. I don't think we'll see a surplus. But, I think we cannot say we need to cut programs. I mean, it's how important athletics is to VMI cannot be overemphasized. And whether we have to go to the alumni or, I mean, we're not, at the end of the year, we're not going to the Bank of America and ask for the option fund the athletic department. We're balancing the budget at VMI. So I just, I don't think we can overemphasize the importance of athletics. And like the athletic director said, these people we're not chartering a jet. These people are getting on buses, vans and things like that. And, they're not going to, playing USC and, Stanford, it's a very austere environment for these cadets. And they're spending 8-9 hours on a bus and they're coming back here, coming to barracks, and we all know what it's like there. So I think there's always ways to cut and look things, but I definitely not say we need to cut out athletic programs to try to balance the budget.
Yeah, the direction that we spoke to. So thank you, Terry. Any other comments or committee?
I agree with you. It's a big part of the experience here.
And it's not uncommon. Most colleges, universities run an athletic budget in their deficit. So it's just the way it is, subsidized by that.
They go to some wealthy alumni and say, hey, support us. And I think that's, and it's what it means to the cadets and to the alumni, what athletics mean to it. I mean, when, most of the time when I look at the alumni review, I go to the back and say, what were the highlights of the athletic programs? And so, I just think it's important we continue to prosper and move forward.
That's the main thing is the whole cadet student experience, knowledge from athletics. But No further criminal
But
comments.
maybe it's a good chance, maybe Cedric, I think the strategic the task force work is underway and maybe just remind us all when that may come to a spot when the board could actually see
Sure.
some of the outcomes.
So I'm gonna be looking to get some feedback from Jim Miller here next week on just kind of progress to date. And when we originally formed the task force, although a specific date wasn't established, because I wanted them to kind of get an opportunity to get some work under them and see kind of the scope of the work. The desire was to get before the end of June, a set of recommendations coming from them with respect to athletics as a whole, particularly focused on a long-term from a fiscal perspective and what we would need both in terms of scholarship, operational dollars, and to the extent that it's possible, look at what resources might be need to enhance the capital, the physical structures, because a lot of times those physical structures go a long way in the recruitment of student athletes.
Harry and Jim, hopefully that piece will then dovetail into some of the points you're making as well.
The task force, though, is not addressing the near-term issue.
Right. No, that's exactly right. No, it's the broader issues. Absolutely. Anything further on athletics? Thank you, Damon. You're good. Thank you very much. Teddy, audit, finance and planning.
Thank you. The AF committee met 3 times. Our last meeting in January. We met in March. We met Thursday, yesterday. Most of that related to the budget. I'll talk to that in a little bit. We had 2 motions for board's consideration today, and I'll go ahead and present one of them. This is a request that the Virginia Department of Transportation includes Saunders Drive as part of the state road system. Saunders Drive is the road behind barracks that goes, that runs the length now. Over time, it's gone from varying pieces of it being paved, others not. Now it's a legitimate road, and we need to ask VDOT to include it in the state road system so that they'll maintain it. So there's a map in the board book if anybody wants to see it. I'd like a motion that.
Yeah, I was gonna say, we'll take, maybe the committee approves, so we'll take that as a motion then, Teddy.
Okay.
And then is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion, questions? Anyone opposed?
The only question is once that goes to VDOT, then they'll review it, then they'll have to approve taking it. That's a state road, right?
All roads are Route 303 on post. This is just including it into the Route 303 system.
Motion and a second, and further questions? Is anyone opposed? Stand approved. Thanks, Teddy.
Thank you. We covered a number of other topics. We had a IT review that went well. We had the annual debt review. The state requires us to meet certain tests regarding our debt, and we are comfortably meeting those tests. So no issues there. On the agenda, we were supposed to hear from the auditor of public accounts, the state auditor, on the fiscal year 23 audit. They were not quite ready for that, so we did not do that. The rest of our time was really devoted to the budget. In our bylaws, the duty for the board to be responsible for the budget and the tuition fees is second only to our duty to define VMI's mission and see to its implementation. And then the board tasks the AF&P committee with the oversight of the budget, any tuition and fees, any changes, and then tasks AF&P to bring a recommendation to the board for approval of the budget and the tuition and fee changes. this is a serious responsibility in any year. But more so today, we know we've got the smaller core size that's puts pressure on the budget. Inflation, the state mandate on salary increases, the state guidance on keeping higher education institutions affordable. And the overall economic climate where we really do have a very serious responsibility to cadets and their families to make sure that we're operating responsibly and keeping VMI affordable. So that's why we've spent so much time on it. We started answering the questions around how are we doing in 24 against budget. As you know, as Dallas can tell you, the 23, 24, and 25 budgets are all deficit budgets. Thanks to the good work of General Wentz and Dallas and the team, we haven't seen a deficit in a year yet, and we're still hopeful that in 24 we won't either. But it's tight. We are comfortable that VMI is running a tight ship, that they're paying attention to the budget and the spending. And I think that Dallas and his whole team have done a wonderful job keeping costs within budget. The one exception to that, one area that is over budget is athletics. We turned to the 25 budget and we talked in great detail about that, looked into it, see if we're exercising again proper financial control, keeping VMI affordable for cadets and their families. It took 3 meetings to do this because the budget is enormously complex. And it's organized in a way that works for VMI, but it's unlike any I've ever seen or anybody else on the we're comfortable with the budget, again, with the one exception of athletics. If you remember this time last year, we were really kind of caught off guard, the BOB, by the large deficit that athletics ran in 23 and the projections out into the future. And at that time, we approved a budget for 24 was a large deficit. But we told the team, this is not sustainable, fix it, come up with a plan, we got to do better. So a year later, we're just not there. A year later, we have exceeded spending in the current budget, and we're back approving $1 million deficit for next year. Damon mentioned some of the pressures on VMI athletics, and Jim Miller has mentioned others. We definitely have the toughest job of any mid-major in the NCAA with the budget. It is incredibly tough, and Terry, we're not gonna balance the thing, but that reality is not licensed to spend over budget or continue to run $1 million deficits. It's a problem. It needs fixing. So here we are again, reluctantly recommending for approval another $1 million deficit in athletics. We had some discussion around what's the right level. VMI for now is going to have to provide some funds to athletics unless we want to cut. And it's not cutting programs unless you're talking football. The others are rounding here in the budget. So that's a whole nother discussion that the whole BOB needs to have. What's an acceptable level of funding that VMI should provide? I don't think we can have that discussion until we have a plan from the athletics team that addresses the short. We haven't seen it yet. There's elements of it. We asked for it. A year later, we don't have it. So that's the commentary on our process. Where we've ended up on the budget is to recommend for approval VMI's desired increase of 4% for the total budget. This will run the budget to $119 million. Included in this is tuition and fee increases of 2.9% for each, and for in-state and out-of-state. We acknowledge the same thing we acknowledged last year, that we're concerned about, particularly about the out-of-state tuition. For in-state cost, we're pretty much middle of the pack of those state schools. Out-of-state, we're toward the top when cost to families. It's still a concern. We haven't gotten there yet. One measure of how we're doing in terms of proper financial responsibility is what share of the budget are we asking cadets and their families to pick up? In this current year, it's just over 39% of the budget. The revenue is coming from cadet fees and tuition. In next year's budget, it goes down very slightly. It's not going up. State funds are going up from 25 to 27% of the budget. The alumni agencies, their share of the budget is going from 26 to 27%. And so we should feel good that we're not, at least from a total percent of the budget, putting a higher share of that on cadets and families. So I'll stop there and ask for comments from the committee and
I'll start with thanking you, Teddy, for your leadership and getting us together in March and Thursday for today. A lot of great discussions. Terry, we talked at length about what you brought up. Really have talked a whole lot about the importance of athletics, VMI, and how it's a problem nationwide and not unique to VMI. Yeah, how we do responsible fiscal county department. Of course, we all know that. VMI's got a third of our cadets are NCAA athletes, whereas at most colleges and universities, it's athletics, NCAA athletics is incredibly important. We also talked about the fact that athletic fees are all in here. It pays for your club sport, your girl sports.
Cadet fee, or the athletic fee covers D1. Sorry.
Well, you're right about that. You're right about that. But in your tuition and fees, there's not an additional charge.
Sure, sorry.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. So anyway, it is a difficult nut to crack. There's no question about that. But and great discussions were had about it. We appreciate it. Teddy, go ahead, sir. No, sir.
I just wanted, for one thing, just clarification on kind of what I think is the overall recommendation. Because I'm going to sign a memo here, which is kind of the proposal based on what we discussed. So I just would like to get a little clarification on that, in that the discussion, as I recall, was to propose a 3% increase in tuition fees. 9%. And of course, the measure that's articulated by the administration is 2.9% or 3%, no higher than 3%, or inflationary cost of either 3%, the lesser of 3% or the inflationary cost. And so if we do 2.9% on tuition, is it the intent of the committee that it's 2.9% on tuition, or is it 2.9% on tuition and fees? Because that changes the overall equation, where the recommendation from the institute was an overall 2.9% increase of everything. And now it drops it down. Just one thing I'd like to be clarified on that.
Recommendation is 2.9% increase in tuition, 2.9% increase on all fees.
Okay, so that will change the overall to 2.8.
I don't know how it does that, but I
Dallas,
agree
can you explain?
It's
When we look at the overall fees, we've got, just because they make up different components of budget. Anyway, it's 2.9 in tuition in the room and the board, and the other fees overall. In any event, just the way the calculus and all of it all works, it ends up with net reduces to an overall net increase to the families of 2.8% by doing the 2.9, moving the other fees down. But it's roughly differential between the two proposals of about $60,000.
And so then I would also just mention, again, going back to the brief that I gave, again, going to the average cost of what it entails. And so the proposal, the 2.9, average cost to the in-state students of $267 increase. If you took that over 12 months, you're talking about very, very small amount, as well as out-of-state costs on average being about $1,119. So just wanted to make that.
The resolution that we're looking at is, we have one in the book, but we're going to change, we altered slightly for the fact that you just provided, the committee just provided.
right. The one in the book has a 3.0.
Right.
Just change that to 2.9.
2.9, okay.
Yeah. 119.1 overall, light round. Right, I understand. It's so we'll adjust it.
Perfect.
119.04.
So we have a motion from the committee on that adjusted resolution. Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion or questions? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? They stand approved. Thanks, Teddy. And add to what Hugh said, an awful lot of work to get to this particular point. Still work to be done.
Just a couple of final comments. I really do want to thank the committee for putting in the time to understand this very complex budget, and the team. Just make a note that the 25 budget will be posted on the VMI website once it's ready.
Teddy, anything further? Any further questions? Yeah, that's quite a bit, actually. Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Scott, Cadet Military Affairs.
Hey, all of our members were in attendance at our meeting. Our first discussion regarding ROTC, and we spoke with the Army representative, Lieutenant Colonel Dennis, who was filling in for Colonel Brand. I would report to you that the entire key leadership of the Army ROTC is moving on. The Colonel Brannon was going to be replaced by a Colonel Hanson, who's an artillery officer. He is not a VMI graduate. There will be a short transition time between Colonel Brannon and the new Colonel. The Army continues to see benefits and scholarships with the call of duty. Significant benefits, I might add. This summer, we have the cadets going to the summer camp, but in addition to that, we call it CAT schools, which those for airborne, air assault, SEER. We've got 26 cadets that are going to complete the CTLT, which is the junior officer leadership, and then there'll be 12 cadets attending the leadership intern program through the Army. So I point this out because these are significant numbers if you measure us against other ROTC programs. The next discussion was from the Navy and Colonel Honiak. He will be moving on. He will be replaced by a Marine Corps colonel who is not VMI. Honiak gives him high marks and says he feels he'll do an excellent job, and there will be a transition period at that time. The Navy program, ROTC program, is anticipating nationwide budget cuts, 40% or more, and that's budget cuts to the staff. And VMI's argument on this is because we are one of the prominent ROTC producers of officers for Navy and Marine Corps. We legitimately should have a staff that meets our number of members and missions. So that could potentially be an issue. Make you aware of that. The Navy nuclear quota this year is 11. We are providing 15. You may remember that last year the quota was 7 and we missed it. And the fix for that, which is quite a blemish in fact, but the fix was to look at proper additional physics classes here that would prepare these new candidates for the program. And Colonel Vargas with our physics department handled this, and as a result, we were able to exceed our requirement by 4, which that's a big number. You'll look our Navy, the Navy is also enjoying the call to duty, and if you look at the spreadsheets that you're given, you'll see the rise in scholarships, and Colonel Huniak, that essentially over his 3 years has changed the Navy ROTC program with commissions and scholarships. We then talked to Air Force. The Lieutenant Colonel Wilson was filling in for Colonel Scott. There will be no significant leadership changes at ROTC staff. There's an anticipated decrease in scholarship money that's nationally for Air Force. Their program's different than the others, as we've discussed. That's for a changing dynamic. The second classmen, first classmen that are brought into that are in the Air Force program fall under scholarship automatically. It's an interesting program, but no change in this decrease is been decided at this point. This year, we are not providing a Space Force graduate. We have a rising first classmen, so we'll have 1 next year, and then we have 2 rising second class. Something else that's interesting about Air Force, during the spring FTX, VMI hosts 6 schools as a part of their Air Force training here, and that included hosting 167 visiting cadets. So in wrapping up ROTC, just so you know, all ROTC scholarships require an SAT. So if you're a kid in high school and you want to go to VMI, you're not required to take the SAT. If you want a scholarship, you'll take the SAT, hopefully your junior year, and you'll be awarded the scholarship. If you're a rat at VMI, you're getting finished your 4th class year and you applied for the scholarship and you haven't taken the SAT, the MS department, doesn't matter which ROTC you're working with there, they will get you a position to take the SAT because at that point, you're only measured academically on your performance in your first college year or second college year. And the SAT, it's simply a checkbox, as government programs often have. And so who will take it? All of the ROTC programs that if we have a cadet eligible for scholarship, doesn't have his SAT, it's not a problem for us, we'll get an SAT. So that, I just want to make that very clear. So after we finish with ours.
Yes.
Yeah.
I just want to clarify. So they don't consider the SAT.
Nope.
You just have to take it.
Yeah. No, well, you need one. Okay, the application package requires an SAT.
That is awesome.
It's like, it requires human blood as well. So, it's whatever.
I wanted to make sure I understood that.
You got it. We love you, Army.
We have a pro here that wants to speak.
I had confirmation from Mr. Doran and Colonel Homiak yesterday. Once they're here, they look at the academic performance. They don't have to have the SAT. They can choose, but they truly look at academic performance.
Do look at that, but they have to have it on, it has an SAT score required for the scholarship application package. Am I right, Ernie?
Yes, that was the clarification we got yesterday. Now that this is not a big deal because they can sign up and take the test as a cadet. And this comes up less than a handful of times over the course.
Not an issue.
It's not, there's been a lot of discussion about it. It's not.
So to require an SAT to come to VMI at this point would be a deterrent in us getting applicants. Good, okay. So after ROTC, Colonel Bogart went over his briefing, which was just a little more detailed than what we had here. But in running through that, some of the key elements are the rainbow books, and you'll see it in your briefings, which is based Blue Book and these other SOPs. The VMI Leadership Series, which is put together at the Leadership Center with Colonel Gray, which has been keeping with the strategic plan and prepare exceptional leaders. And just quick highlights, in keeping with the strategic plans and the esprit de corps, prepare exceptional leaders. The Commandant's has a time called a Commandant Intent that covers honor, integrity, class, strong and resilient classes, regimental systems, professional and high-performing regiment, leader development, and military training. And those are presented as leadership intent, and it is, we see it, you talk to your cadets and we're seeing great results. So that is what we covered. This is my last meeting, and Ernie Yeager is slated to take the committee, which we're looking forward to. And I would just wrap up by saying one benefit of being on the board is you learn to qualify misinformation. A lot of this information comes from what a cadet said to somebody else or an alumni and so forth. And my response is get in your automobile and come to VMI just before the final exam, second semester. And then walk around and you talk to these cadets. And I promise you will talk to cadets that have clear minds. They finished the year, they're getting their new leadership, or they're graduating, they know where they're going, then a picnic out here, and they're clear-minded. And you'll find out, and you can clear up a lot of misinformation. And that's it. Anybody else from the committee have anything to add?
Good job. Yeah, well done. Covered it. Thank you.
Okay.
While we're on this, yeah, thank you.
Experience for those that haven't had a chance to be through it. I know we've got some strong commissioning officers coming down to commission our cadets, don't we, again?
Just one this year, the Vice Chief of Staff of the Air Force, can't remember his first name, but last Slife, General Slife, is the Chief of Staff of the Air Force.
General Brown was down here last year, right, representing the Air Force, and he's gone on to some interesting things as chiefs. So it's amazing, that, you know, the visibility that this has in the whole framework of the military leadership.
Marine Corps Commandant, Pre-Doc Commander, over the last 2-3 years.
Any questions for Scott? Again, Scott, thank you very much for your report, but also thank you for your Lester, Inclusive Excellence.
Hey, we had a really good meeting yesterday. Like we always thought, we usually bring in a cadet who kind of just gives us our experience about, you know, what he the cadet facilitator. Yesterday we had Cadet Topo. He didn't talk much, but he did kind of go through the reasons why he was participating in that facilitator program. Basically, so he can meet new people and kind of learn, mainly, I guess, said brats, but values and interests of some of the people coming. He wasn't participating as far as like some of the other related vision, but we felt like meet new people and get a chance to talk to them, so that was cool. Ernie asked kind of his opinion about what he thought might be good, you know, something that he could point out that was very specific, and he pointed out that age-old situation that we have, athletes versus. So he was an athlete. He ran track. He was very adamant that a lot of the non-athletes don't. During the cadet facilitator program, he kind of tried to make a point to as many people as he could when that conversation came up. Everybody's got a lot to do. So again, it's an age-old question. Don't know if we'll solve it anytime soon. So.
But Lester, I think the thing also that facilitators getting maybe more athletes in there is one of the things we sort of discussed as well, and bridging that gap.
I think
discussion.
Yeah, I think for me, being an athlete, I think it really just boils down to information. I just think non-athletes don't see what athletes do. So, and vice. Most things that they are two-way streets. So I don't think athletes always understand what commitments to non-athletes have as well. So, skip, because like I said, I'm trying to keep this short. So some of my notes are just not going to. We had a first class inclusive excellence speaker. Kind of went, Brianna decided that this was probably a better way to kind of end the first class experience with inclusive excellence, was a speaker versus a project. The speaker we had was Stephanie Easter. She was a recommendation to Terry. All indication, everything pretty well. Everybody was kind of really happy about things that she said and information that she gave.
You were there. Any observations you want to share with them?
No, the Corps was well engaged. I mean, somebody, I forgot on the committee, man, asked how many people were there, and well, Marshall Torium was full, so it was a good discussion. They had, and she just didn't speak. She got the Corps engaged, and so I thought it was well worth the time. So.
I'd like to thank Terry for recommending.
She's a great speaker. I don't know if maybe an organization are looking for somebody to talk about she really does a good job. Well versed.
Next thing we discussed was the survey results. We did seconds and it was last year. This year we did first and third. Response rates were pretty low. First were 8%, thirds were 17%. Ernie brought out a good point that, with those rates, with those response rates being as low as they are, you gotta take the information that you can gather from it carefully. So, but information is information. So we kind of
briefly touched on some of the feedback that we got. I think everybody agreed that trying to get first to engage in much of anything other than graduation. So one of the things that we also talked about is they send a survey out after the training, which probably lends itself to those response rates. Problem of trying to do the survey during the training is only 50 minutes. So you kind of press for time if you're trying to get as much done during the actual training as possible. So also what we talked about is that this is kind of really, this was the first year that we kind of changed it up where the different classes were doing different types of training. So this is also kind of like a baseline year. Next year, we'll be able to get responses and be able to kind of compare them to the first year of this format. So that will, next year that'll be able to solicit you, but probably peel back a little bit more. Jamie also pointed out that, we're surveying these kids a lot. Probably some survey. On the office, the DOI office asked for any kind of recommendations. Megan has some good recommendations with regard to possible focus groups, which can be intensive, but you may be able to peel a little bit more information out than just random surveys. So she also recommended maybe kind of focusing on the extreme groups, whether they were positive or negative, and see that, pull a little bit more information out of it, which is that middle group that might just click the box but not really have a whole lot to say. Some of the results had long paragraphs. So, maybe those people have a lot more to say, and maybe having an individual conversation or a group conversation with those individuals maybe solicit them. Also, there was a request about possible books and literature, and I think maybe get that to us. A lot of information requested to kind of improve. The next thing we kind of talked about was the generational training. One of the points that were made is that at this stage, I think at the school, we have 5 generations in the workforce. I actually took a picture of it because it had the names. Interesting how each generation has a name now, Generation X, Generation Y, but I didn't know some of the older. You always hear Generation X, Generation Y, Generation Z, but yeah, so I thought that was pretty cool. But that's like you say, that the main purpose for kind of focusing on that, we all know that each generation has different things that they value, different things that they focus on, different interests. So when you have with regard to inclusive excellence, because that's one of the things that I try to get across to people with regard to diversity and inclusion. It's more than just race, gender, it's class. So again, generational is also a thing where people need to be able to sit down and kind of understand the differences and the similarities that they may have. So, Ernie, I think you listened to that session. You thought it was very good. So. DOI updates. The plan was sent to the administration. It's very human resource focused. So the office will be working with HR on ways to kind of implement some of the things that we've gotten from the Youngkin administration as far as their focus and things that they want us to actually implement. We had representation from the Office of Cadet Counseling. I think I'm about to say this later. Trisha Fry. Okay, and then she also had one of her people, Heavenly. I miss Heavenly's last name, but they kind of gave a presentation. They kind of talked about some of the things that they're seeing come through cadet counseling. One of the examples that was made was things like the women's hair and kind of how that is, yeah, what's the word?
Tough to measure.
Yes, it's just, again, just one of those things where depending on who you are, depending on your experience, you may not know exactly kind of how to have a conversation about it. So those are some of the things that they're dealing with, environmental things, like confusion about hair standards was the word I was looking for. So they've said that they've received last year, I think about 900 appointments. They are trending up. Part of that is probably, some of that is probably related to people getting more comfortable with the office and trusting the office a little more. So you're starting to see a lot of different issues kind of come into the counseling office. So that's good. They one of the things they talked about is where they're located. They're located on the second floor of the hospital. They felt like that was a good place to be because people could go and seek counseling without kind of maybe going into one of the buildings that everybody would knew would be counseling. You could technically be, she made the point, you could technically be going to the hospital for Tylenol. So again, especially from a mental health standpoint, it's very important for people to feel protected and safe as they're looking for that type of help. So. I think that's really kind of, well, no, one other thing. Yodel continues to be a problem. That was one of the things that cadet counseling pointed out, which really goes to why inclusive excellence is important. There still seems to be an extreme amount of negativity directed at cadets through cadets and things of that nature. So there's no easy fix to it. We talked about social media and how people can anonymously make statements that in the past they wouldn't be able to. So this is a internet age problem that, like I said, we'll just kind of have to keep, managing. Apparently Yodel is not just a VMI problem, it's a problem across not only schools, but somebody indicated that even regular military is dealing with it. So, yeah, it's just one of those things. So we're just gonna have to keep working to resolve. And I think from my perspective, the way you fix it is not so much the platform, but again, continuing to work with kids and get them to understand that, the things that you may be saying are hurting. You probably shouldn't be saying. So I think that's pretty much it. Did any of the committee members have anything?
Do you want to mention?
Yeah, go ahead, sir.
No, you go ahead.
Well, so, Brianna's just done a really good job, and one of the things that Terry's pointing out, and we could have reviewed it, there's a write-up on her, and I suggest everybody take a look at it. So, and like I said, she is just from the offline conversations that her and I have, she gets it. She really does, I think, fully understand the importance of this. I suggest, like I said, if anybody has a question or concern, take the time to talk to her. Like I said, she's very insightful in the work that she did, because I think she truly, really, really believes in it. Any other committee?
I just want to say thank you, but I think that kind of orienting us towards this idea of driving towards things that unite us around character and values, and doing things in a tailored manner that drives us towards the VMI mission and purpose has been a great thing to see over the last year. It's reflected in this interview as we've tailored things individually to class. I think that's imperative. I think now the Inclusive Excellence Office is very open to this idea of going to a very empirical and data-driven approach. They're very open to a robust conversation around, like, if we're going to talk about microaggressions, we need to bring in all the literature around that and not assume just based on that kind of, like, I would say very social title, to actually bringing in the science around it and having a very informed conversation about what the evidence shows and what the evidence shows. But I think so much of the change has been under your leadership and really orienting us back to assuming goodwill about everybody. That if people are saying things or doing things, coming from a position of assuming that positive intent, and then finding resolution for that. So I just really appreciate your leadership on all that.
Same thing, appreciate your leadership on this. Just a different viewpoint. VMI in a lot of ways is kind of like a Camelot here. And then you graduate and then you go out in the real world and you encounter people that have different values, have different approaches to business or the military. But we're developing leaders. So now they're going to have responsibility and they're going to have responsibility for other people. And I think there could be some advantage to some training related to, and you might have an attorney involved in it or someone with diversity experience, but this is what you're going to encounter when you get out in the real world. And if you're going to be a leader, you're going to be responsible for the environment that you create as the leader. And it's, you're all professionals, so I'm sure everybody here's experienced it out there. And, once they feel that weight on their shoulders, that might change some of the critics. It might change their perspective in terms of the importance that they really need to pay attention, listen to what they're going to end up having to do when they're out there.
Yeah. Anybody else have any?
The only thing I'd say is the training for the first class by having professional guest speaker who, she had military experience and corporate experience, was just a good positive send off for the first class, and they didn't have to be trained by facilitators. I thought that was a great plan and program put in place last term. Appreciate you speaking to that.
Yeah, like I said, I just feel like, again, for me, based on my experience from where I grew up to kind of where I went to college to what I did as an engineer, that, like I said, that people actually, you don't even have to, people just open their minds up to it. There's a lot more things that people realize they have a life. So, Mr. President, if you would allow me, I would like to, this may possibly be.
Absolutely. Wow. Not.
Yeah, I hope not too, but like I said, this is very well could be my last meeting. So again, a couple of quick comments. One of the things I want to, and I told him yesterday, but I really do appreciate the committee that I've chaired this past year. I feel like the team that I had was a good team. I felt like we were insightful, kind of paid attention to the task at hand, and we just got so much feedback that I think Brianna was able to use to better execute her job. So I really appreciate that. It's been an honor to be. I honestly feel like the past 4 years, I think VMI has been around a long time. There's been very consequential moments in VMI's history in the past 180 some odd years. I do feel like, for better or worse, the last 4 years have been one of those top 5 probably moments for us to be able to go into the situation that we went into and come out, I feel like, on the other side better for us. I know, like I said, there's disagreements about what should have been done, what could have been done, but again, like I said, I think for the most part, we were able to save and maintain the things that we felt or we said were very important as far as VMI as an institution. So again, it's been an honor to be a part of that process. I've also learned a lot by being able to sit in this room and have these conversations to see the information that's associated with education and bringing up these kids. And secondly, friendships that I developed. One who he's not here anymore. I talked to him the other day, but I'll use him as an example. Me and David, he was probably the guy that I got closest to on this board, and I want to tie it back into kind of this inclusive and excellence and just kind of being who we say we are at VMI. Me and David didn't always agree everything. Me and him, we were on the naming committee, and we had a lot of offline conversations about yay or nay. But we always, the thing with us, the reason why our relationship grew even though we didn't agree with everything, we respected each other's opinions. So we could sit down and have a conversation about it. Maybe I had this opinion over here, he had this opinion over here, and maybe we didn't always come all the way to the middle, but we could at least appreciate what the opinion or the thought process was. And then at the end of the day, you vote your conscience, but again, we could always have a conversation. So again, like I said, I actually called him prior to the meeting because I just needed some guidance, kind of, coming into this meeting. So again, that's the type of relationships that you build at VMI. The part that is disappointing for me is that I feel like, and this is a great thing for our society, that politics has infected pretty much everything that we do. Like, it just, almost to the point where they don't want you to drink 32-ounce, sugary drinks. So that's how far this has gone. But the thing for me is, and coming from being an alumni of VMI, one of the things that I've always, anytime I talk to somebody about VMI, the thing that I talk the most about is the family relationship that we supposedly build as part of being brother rats and the things that we go through here at the I. I will be honest that as much as I enjoy being a part of this board, I am disappointed in some of the things that I've seen, some of the things that I've heard, and some of the things that I've experienced with regard to us as an alumni family. I feel like had disagreements, and I think disagreements are fine, but I think some people, I will say, again, inside and outside would have just not really taken into account that the main focus of what we do here is to protect this school, protect the brand, and teach these kids how to be good leaders, how to be upright citizen soldiers, just how to be good people. And I just feel like some of the things, that have been said have sullied the brand. Things like conversations, back office deals. Again, those are just things that to me detracted, frayed those relationships. And it's not just me. Like I said, I have conversations with other alumni that I'm close to, and it's just everybody. The world is watching, and when I say the world, in my world in particular, and we need to be careful. My hope, as I again possibly roll off this board, is that at some point we'll get back to that. We'll get back to what we profess to be one of the strongest selling points about VMI. Cadets come here. I would think if you did a survey and you asked a cadet why, one of the reasons why he chooses to come to VMI, it would be the alumni network. I guarantee you, it got to show up in the top 5 of most everybody's list. So again, if we're not going to be a family more than a UVA or a JMU or a Virginia Tech, then to me, we lose a little bit of what makes us special. My hope is that we can try to get that back.
Thank you for those comments. I mean, I'm sure we all listened very carefully because obviously thought your comments through very carefully, and it shows again a huge commitment to VMI, and we appreciate that. And as I said from the start, I hope this is not your last meeting. You've been a great leader, great contributor, and I want you on board for the duration. So, but thank you again for what you've done to date. And again, it was lost in your report, but there's some amazingly good things happening. And the counseling center is one of them because we've added more resources there, and having a chance to see firsthand again that the impact those resources have is quite impactful, isn't it? So, anyone else have any comments?
I'd like to put in my request for the inclusive excellence training schedule for the fall. So it'd be great if we could get that certainly by the September meeting. And I want to encourage the committee, if you can, attend one of the training sessions. it's helpful to see it for yourself. So you can converse intelligently with alumni that have varying opinions on it. And I think you'll find that they're pretty good. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else? Mr. Adams, appeals.
Yeah. I guess I was thinking about, all the reports I'm hearing, and for those of you who are on the appeals committee or have ever served on it, you realize it's one of the best deals ever, because Friday is a long day. And it's usually the last meeting, and there is nothing better than sitting in that room, with those cadets. And, it's a really, even though we deal with some weighty stuff, it's a very uplifting way to end a long day. So that was true yesterday. We met the new leaders of the honor court, as you did today, and great confidence in them, great confidence in the court. They are, they're an aggressive bunch, and I think in a good way. I think we all, hold the honor system as the most core foundation of the school, and they do a great job of enforcing the honor system. I think they do it fairly. We'll talk a little bit more about that in a minute, but definitely an uplifting day. So some quick stats. The year ended with 8 dropouts total. Somebody said earlier, we survey the kids a lot. Huge survey on the honor court. I think he said it's 157 pages of results they've gotten back. They're still going through the data. They'll make a report to the superintendent in the next couple of weeks. And so probably maybe in September, we'll do a report out on that. Focus for the upcoming year, 3 areas. They're going to institute formal dike training. So what they want is, they feel like the impact on a rat, rats get impacted in a lot of ways, right? They got the cadre, they got their college student for the first time. But one of the things that the survey told them is one of the biggest impacts is that personal relationship with the dike, the first classman who's taking care of them. And so what they're going to do this year is institute an actual training session where every first classman will sit with their rat and walk through the honor system, walk through the charter, explain what it means to them. And you can see this obviously is both a training for the rat and the first class, right? And one of the goals is to actually, they've talked about how we focus so much on the rats. One of the other goals they have for next year is actually training the whole board a little bit more. And so this is one, I think, pretty neat aspect of it. The other is, you may have heard this before, the focus on athletes. They had a program they started last year where each team was assigned an honor court member, and the honor court member would show up at practice, every couple of weeks. They didn't go into details, and I didn't push them on it. They said, we did it, but it didn't feel like it was as good as we wanted it to be. So they're going to double down on that and try to make it a bit more robust. As you heard, the outgoing honor court president was a member of the soccer team, which I think is a great thing. Unfortunately, the new court will not have a NCAA athlete on it this year. So I think they feel that. And so you can feel them saying, we got to do a better job of having interaction with the teams. And they'll be focused on that. They've instituted a new policy, which is funny. You think back, a lot of us are graduates, and you always think back to your experience, right? The world's changed a lot since you were here. Let's talk about a couple things there. One is they've instituted formal notice to the faculty when a cadet is dismissed for an honor violation related to cheating. And I guess it never occurred to me that they never did that when I was here, but professors would just hear, well, something happened. They've gone and they've made it a much more formal process. They notify the entire faculty. And I think that's good, because if you think about the site, it creates a very positive cycle, and they received a ton of good feedback, because the professors are a huge support to the system, as you probably know, right? The professors rely on the honor system. They love it. Imagine being a professor here, right? In some ways, it makes your life pretty easy, right? And they support it. And so the professors love getting the feedback that, okay, the system is operating, and so they've received a lot of positive feedback on it. One of the more interesting developments as it relates to the modern world, I think everyone knows this, but for most of us, when we graduated, when there was a drum out, the name was announced to the Corps cadets. Most of you probably know that doesn't happen anymore because of changes in laws and because of the kids in college. Now you don't even get their grades. They don't say you can't have them. So we don't announce a name. That combined with social media has created a phenomenon that the court is dealing with a little bit of. There's sort of not a notice of finality with respect to a particular person. And so there's a lot of interaction after a cadet is drummed out, still with the court. And so one of the things they're trying to address, and I think it's a problem we let them address. This is their generation and they're gonna have to deal with it, but they're wrestling with, okay, we don't announce the name. They leave, they're interconnected on social media with folks, they're showing up sometimes, and so they're wrestling with that. That's, again, you're with these young people, they're smart, they're thoughtful, they're working through it. But thought that was interesting.
Sorry, John, are you saying people get drummed out and then they're like coming back and hanging out?
They've had that experience.
By social media, coming back through social media.
Well,
This year we've had an instance most recently. As 2 weeks ago, we've had an instance of a cadet being drummed out still in and around town. So we had to take some measures here. Warn them about their status relative to no longer being a member of the Corps, no longer this institute.
Yep. So it's created some situations that we just didn't, for those of us who went here, we didn't really have to deal with that. So they're working through it, and I feel real positive about it. AI is going to continue to be a problem. I mean, it's we talked about several issues with it. Two that sort of stuck out to me were apparently now you can do something with AI, then you run that AI back through AI again, and you start to almost layer the AI, and it gets harder to detect. And the AI detectors it sounds like the reliability of AI detectors is not great. The other thing is, you can imagine if John Adams is in his English class and has a problem with there and there's some things, and your professor a third of the way through the year knows about the way John Adams writes, and then I show up and I'm William Shakespeare and it looks great, the professor might go, something's changed. And these are things they see in their cases. If a kid is now of a generation where everything they've done is on AI, and from the very beginning, everything they write is AI, you start to lose that data point. And so it's just a fascinating, evolving situation. And again, when you're in these committee meetings, these are really, really deeply caring, smart young people. They're thinking about the right issues. They're working through them. And I think our job is to let them do that with appropriate guidance. But that was another very interesting part of it. Mr. President, that's all I have, unless any other committee members want to mention anything.
The AI issue is not selected to VMI, of course. I mean, colleges and universities are struggling with this, and I would predict over the next 5 to 10 years, we're going to see some other solutions for it. In fact, some professors are teaching, using it as part of their program. So we'll do it.
Thanks. Any questions for John? John, thanks so much.
Yep.
Hugh, external.
Thank you, Mr. President. John, I'll echo your compliments to the organizers of the committee structure. And external relations at the end of the day, having been led through an excellent hour-and-a-half discussion of the intricacies of our budget. Very, very uplifting to meet with our external relations committee. We had our full complement of committee members. We were joined and assisted with Colonel Gibson, Colonel Elwood, Colonel Moyer, Parker, Amy Getz from the alumni agencies joined us, as she always does. Mike McCarthy, our incoming deputy chief of staff, joined us. We reviewed our charter and we approved the minutes of our previous meeting. And then we were treated to a report first by our outgoing S5 cadet, Noah Campbell, class of 24. He's headed off to medical school. Behind him will come Zach Poche, who will here. They gave us a report on S5 activities in the past semester. 3 open houses put on and ran and hosted. 1 in February and 2 in March. February had 90 attendees. First one in March 85 and the second one 120 prospective as well. That program is our admissions process. They assisted the Museum of Fine Arts Arts Bus, which we heard meetings. Our local schools came in and they assisted in the tutoring of that event. They hosted some Taiwanese military prep school cadets who were on post to robust, usually 2 or 3 cadets from both the Republic of China and Taiwan who are here with us in our port. They hosted virtual tours on post for virtual open houses for cadets who have already put down their deposit, but have perhaps not yet fully committed. Always said they're the best ambassadors that we have for VMI. We then were treated to an excellent museum system report by Colonel Gibson, who's over here. Colonel Gibson, thank you. And Colonel Moyer assisted giving us updates on what's going on with our wonderful museum system. Some highlights include things that you'll see in our report to the Board of Visitors, which I've placed at your seats, which Colonel Gibson prepares every time we meet. Some highlights include what's going on at our New Market battlefield. This summer, we'll have a scholar in residence, Elise Mickens, class of 26 from North Carolina. She's a psych for the Promotion Club. She will be on site to provide tours and to be a scholar in residence actually there. So that's exciting. Also at the park, there's been an effort to improve the view shed that restores the park back to 1860 view shed, which is a great project. And one of the great news about that is that it was paid for by the Shenandoah Valley Conservation Department. So, but in collaboration with Colonel Gibson's staff to carry out that project. The museum continues to focus on cadet engagement in the museum. They opportunities for cadets in who are interested in museum curation, but also who are willing to volunteer their time to provide post tours and participate in helping with renovations of ongoing activities. I think you recently renovated Owen space within the museum. Cadets participated in that. Colonel Gibson was able to attend the Congressional Medal of Honor reception. I believe that was in DC, was it? And did Colonel Moyers attend, which was just a really exciting event and a splendid event. 27 of the 60 living Medal of Honor recipients were present at that event. It's just really remarkable. About creating a Medal of Honor trail in America, and wouldn't it be great to have VMI on that trail with our 7 recipients of the Medal of Honor? Good running for that. We welcome a new staff member to the museum system, Kristen Pace. She's a Liberty University grad. She has a Jackson House. There were some renovations to the HVAC system at the Jackson House, involvement at the Jackson House. I think we're up to full staffing there now with the addition of Pace. So, question was asked about the status of Arlington National Cemetery Monument and when, if it will be coming to our Market battlefield. We hope it will be. We're still in negotiations, as I understand, Governor, with the Department of Army, Secretary of the Army, discussion. We hope it will come. If it does come, Colonel Gibson, it would be late in the summer or all the details.
It's been indicated by those 2 negotiating teams that we may know something by late summer, whatever that decision might be. So we're not a part of any of that. We will respond to the need as it as what our directive will be, but when and if that comes.
Great museum system report. So thank you for that. We then moved into the government relations reports. We started with our Richmond and State report from Colonel Parker, who's very happy to be out of session, heading back into session with the new budget. She gave us a report from Wildwood Consulting, our consulting group that provides 4 lobbyists to give us assistance throughout the year. As we know, and we've talked about before, we had a huge turnover in the legislature this year, 35 new House members, a third of the House, 17 new Senate members, about half of the Senate. But happily, it was not as disruptive as you might have expected. The clerks of both respective houses did a great job. Our bodies did a great job to orient everybody coming in. So it went more smoothly. As we all know and read about, the budget been a hot topic in Richmond, not yet completed. The budget that came to the governor, his response to it was to make 233 amendments and to issue the common ground budget, which he has proposed for legislature can get. They intend to do May 13, May 15, and the indications are the conferees from both House sides feel like they might be able to have come to agreements on the budget by the time. Higher education was, of course, a hot topic with the budget. VMI's capital funding is intact that we requested, so that's great. Overall, there was a decrease in operational budgets for higher ed across the Commonwealth that affected our operational budget as well, with a little bit of a decrease, but that could be restored in the when the conferees meet. So we're hoping that'll happen. Lighter than usual higher ed legislation generally, although we have to pay attention because there are some unintended consequences. Occasionally, there was a firearms legislation, proposed legislation that would have affected our cadets carrying firearms, i.e., M16, M14s now that they're as well as our
Same
armor.
one you carry.
That same one is right. Even though they don't have firing pins, it still would have been affected by this legislation. So we got that taken care of. Good spot on lobby to make those get some amendments to that legislation. There was a cadet legislative visit, which is in Richmond, which is always a highlight. It's nothing better than taking our very best to Richmond to meet with these legislators. This year we had 15. Next year we'll take 30. We're now fully into the new space that's been built to the General Assembly, so we can accommodate 30. And we have a new chef director. Peter Blake retired after many years of service, and Scott Fleming is the new director chef. So we'll get to know him and perhaps inviting him. Then we moved into the local government relations report. Colonel Bubar provided that. A lot going on in Lexington that VMI participates in, and so I'll run through that very quickly. But really good information for us all about locally. On January 5, Brigadier General Clark participated in a State of the Community address with 2 or 3 of the mayors of Lexington, BV, and don't start thinking about running for mayor like General. I need you here. Did participate in the community State of the address. That was great. The Miller House Museum down at Jordan Point has requested VMI's assistance with some engineering analysis to upgrade the facility there. Gladly provided to provide some engineering improvement suggestions. Very interestingly, in February, the local governments of Lexington, BV, Glasgow, Rockbridge County combined to begin a process on a feasibility study for a regional airport. This has been tried before, I think, to no great success, but they're trying it again. Pull that off. We got a very brief but interesting aviation history lesson from Colonel Gibson, who knew, but back when we only visual aviation in the 20s and 30s and 40s, over barracks here, Lexington was written out in broad white letters on top of barracks so that aviators trying to navigate down the valley could see where they were at that point on their azimuth. Is that right, Colonel Gibson? So great little history lesson. February 9, our color guard participated in the BMX motocross USA Canada event over here at the Lexington Horse Center, which had 5,000 participants. A great opportunity for our cadets to be great with a great performance. March 22, the City Council announced that a new city manager will be coming to Lexington. I think it's coming from Maryland. The Route 11 bike lane update, as you may know, we've told you that it looks like they're going to disrupt our activity right along in front of Foster Stadium for looks like 15 to 18 months while bike lanes are built along the sides there. one side there, I suppose. It's about a $4 million project. It's bid and like might start in late August. Be aware of that. So great. A couple other things real quickly. There was a sexual assault response team formed, a SART, which all communities were required to have. Colonel Bubar participated with Commonwealth Attorney's Office and the Lexington officials to forming a SART here. During the FTX, you should know that 401 non-commissioned cadets performed community service for 4 days around Lexington, which is another great ambassadorial service for those cadets. And lastly, as we all have heard, their Diamond Hill parking page had it disrupted, and rightfully so, upset residents up there about the cadet parking actually goes on up there. So working on fix that. We then moved into our marketing report. Colonel Elwood, a lot going on there. He reports that the search for a new director of communications and marketing is ongoing. We have hired our most recent hire, the brand marketing director, Kelly Sandridge, who will start July 1. She comes to us from Roanoke City Public Schools. Recently, we've had, I think in the past, since we've met last, 4,000 news coverage items where VMI was mentioned in the press. 90+% were either neutral or positive. A lot of coverage around the tragic death of Marine pilot Jack Casey, Diego. The Institute report is, as you saw this morning, celebrating its 50th anniversary. So there's some celebration going on around that with articles in the Institute report. The Common Communications and Marketing Department just put around post with videos, photography, articles to support numerous winter experiences. The website focus is on their recruiting modules and accessibility, focusing on a call to duty project, other video initiatives with cadets. Wonderful project where they would take a professor or staff member that has meant a lot to a cadet over the years. They would invite that professor or staff member to come to what they thought was just a meeting, and when they would come in, they would find it actually a video session where one of their mentees was talking about what difference that person made in their lives. So really impactful series of videos coming out. When will they start coming out, Jerome?
Before graduation.
Keep your eye out for that. We have a partnership going with Hanover Research. We've talked about this before. They're a brand research consulting firm that are partnering with VMI in various aspects to provide brand management, brand recommendations throughout the post. Our first project is with the communications and marketing group. They're working on a perception survey. The results are not in, and these are not complete, but the rough cut of the initial survey indicates that when asked why VMI, why people are interested in attending VMI, the top answers are postgraduate success and VMI's focus on integrity, character, and leadership. When asked why not VMI, well, I was just not for everybody. Don't do ordinary, right, Amy? And engineering is listed as the perceived top academic. We heard from Amy Getz on our alumni agency efforts. David covered some of those today. Some of the highlights include, as David mentioned, the billboard project in and around Richmond. I think we had 10 billboards up. What they look like, I'll pass these around. The top one there counts the 78% median, $78,000 median salary for our recent graduates. And this is the one that Secretary of Education saw and made reference about it to the governor. So it's great. Amy also mentioned that, and as David did also, that we have QVC codes in our alumni review now. So keep your eye out for those, as well as typically we'll have an insert like this one now in our alumni review that will focus on an upcoming project. And this one is focusing on the 50th anniversary for the Institute Society. So Appreciate all the great work that the alumni agencies do in collaboration with the communications department. Great work. We're also going to have this compete to win effort coming. Keep your eye out. Okay, lastly, our committee considered an award that we should think about, and we'd like to ask the board to think about putting into motion structure of a committee or formation of a committee to present the Jonathan Myrick Daniel 61. Internal Relations Committee is charged with shepherding that award as well as the new market. So our committee is recommending that the board consider forming a committee to award the new market. The Jonathan Myrick Award. A little background about the award. I'm sure everyone knows a lot of these. Our newer board members don't. So just a little bit of history. We all know about Jonathan Daniels, of course, 1961 graduate. He's seminarian in Episcopal Divinity School in Cambridge, Massachusetts. When at 5, he accepted the call by Dr. Martin Luther King for clergy to assist in civil rights and voter registration efforts in Alabama. Selfishly sacrificed his own life by putting his body in front of Ruth Sales with a shotgun blast intended for young Miss Sales, and killed Jonathan Daniels. He is one of 15 modern day martyrs that the Episcopal Church is named. And of course, we all know here that it's an inspiration that's to all of us. And annually, VMI has a program to focus on his humanitarian contributions. And just a remarkable individual, is an inspiration to us all. In 1998, the VMI Board of Visitors established the Jonathan Myrick Daniels Humanitarian Award, but they did so in collaboration with the Formaggio Club. The Formaggio Club in 1992 began bestowing this award, and the Formaggio Club graciously allowed for the name of the award to be ceded to the institute. And since then, we have given the award in 2001 to Jimmy Carter. He was the first recipient of the award, former President Jimmy Carter. In 2006 to Andrew Young, former U.S. Ambassador to the United States. 2011 to Dr. Paul Herbert, international humanitarian. On March 11, 2015 to Congressman John Lewis. As recently in 2019 to Ms. Carolyn Miles, President and CEO of Save the Children. 2025 will be the 60th anniversary of Daniel's death. It'll be 6 years since we've given the award. So our committee recommends we form board authorizes us to form a committee.
I think you said, Hugh, in that document is a guideline for the selection. The members of the committee. So I think that's the intent of this motion is to basically follow that guideline.
Follow that guideline. The chair of the External Relations Committee will chair the committee, and some others as listed in the guidelines. President of the Alumni Association, President.
I ran into Carolyn in the fall at a function, and I can assure you it's very impactful in many ways, not just the award itself, but on those that actually receive the award. She continues to talk about that one here. So we have a motion from the committee for the creation of, or we have it from Hugh's committee to form this committee. Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion or comments? Anybody opposed? And it's formed. Thank you, Hugh.
Subject to comments from the committee members.
Okay.
Include my report.
Anything further? Good. Thank you, Hugh. Good report. Conrad, last but not least, nominating governance.
Yes, as many of you may have seen, gotten this, we need to reconvene our meeting, but I want to do a partial report of what business we did discuss. And I'll start with the discussion first. I had a few people reach out to me on things that they thought on the committee structure that were important. One was that given the size of the contribution that the alumni agencies make to the budget, whether we should consider doing a separate committee or whether it's appropriate in our, with Teddy's committee, Teddy has
so much to do about how we could coordinate between the alumni agencies and in the accounting group. I am not an alumni. I will tell you that I sit on a few boards that are educational, and usually there is a committee that coordinates fundraising, what you're doing and looking at the budget, because it is so overall important to the process. I do not know whether there is a formal process that does that here, but I thought it was a very good recommendation I took out of our committee that understanding is Hugh used to be on the other side, and I think I would gather information. If you look at the purpose of our committee, to go back to the executive committee to say whether it's appropriate to do that or not. The second issue that was brought up, and I thought Lester hit on it really well, is the Inclusive Excellence Committee does a lot of things that, in addition to, it's like an HR component, and it was brought to my attention whether you could take that committee, have what's still its primary purpose of what it's doing, but roll in some more HR functions with respect to the various things that Lester discussed with us, you know, and it had actually been brought up by two folks on the board. I think that is a very good thing to consider, and that committee should do that and look about how you would, whether or not it wants to broaden its scope and how you would do this. I'd ask anyone else on my committee this, anything else that, you know, with respect to those two topics that I did not summarize or would like to add on with respect to that business.
I'll just interject a little bit, because I know I've had several conversations, like with Brianna, Tom, gentlemen. So kind of the thought process is, with inclusive excellence is, and I kind of touched on this, as Conrad said earlier, just it means more than just race. So again, what are some of the other pain points that we have at VMI that would fit under that type of category? I think the issue that we have in there is, I think Kate kind of brought it up, is how much can we package in that and not lose the capability of doing the original task, original job. So I think a lot more work, probably a lot more conversation needs to go into it before it gets executed. But I think the thought process is probably set.
I'll add one thing on the first point. I just think effective coordination between us and the agency is critical for the family, for fundraising, for all of it. The one thing, and I know Pat, you'll be on this, and I'm sure the agency as well, you just got to be careful, right? They're a 501c3, and especially at the governance level, you got to be real careful about how close you get, because you don't want to.
No, I
know you know that better than I do, actually.
If they could get a process at least conveying the information where we're not kind of, you know, or someone could aggregate them from a liability protection standpoint.
Yeah.
I think that needs to be thought out. Again, I would rely on you that have been on both committees to provide some insight as to whether or not that is feasible. But I do think it was a very good point, given the size and contribution to the budget that should be considered. One other item that we do have is in your packets. There were some proposed bylaw changes. The initial set of proposed bylaw changes were in January. Our committee met in January, very thorough discussion. We talked about what we could do to have effective governance, but at the same time, understand that there's rules and procedures with boards that are in place. I would like to thank everyone on my committee for giving us, you know, sort of their insights, and especially Ms. Todd for helping correct some of my drafting issues that I had. I believe in my committee that we've covered the items that everyone should be comfortable with from a standpoint. We will continue to review the bylaws to make them more streamlined. I think that's one thing we could discuss. But my committee has a unanimous motion
for this board to accept the amendments to those bylaws.
So we have a motion. Is there a second? Any questions or discussions? Unopposed? Stand approved. And thank you, Conrad.
Thank you.
Any further than Conrad from you or
No, we will reconvene after closed session.
Good. Yeah, let me, if it can, anything, Cedric, before we go to closed session, or from you or the team?
Sir.
Okay, let me move us into closed session, but ask people just to stay in place because apparently when we go through this, sometimes there's noise that people can't hear on the other end. So, as I said, please remain in your seats. So while I move through this process, at this time, it's 10:32 and I entertain a motion that the board go into a closed meeting to discuss one, disciplinary, other matters that would involve disclosure of information contained in the scholastic records of specific cadets pursuant to VA Code Section 2.2-3782 relating to discipline, sexual assault, and honor court cases. Secondly, matters relating to the employment, assignment, appointment, or performance of specific public officers, appointees, or employees of the public body, and the evaluation of performance departments or schools of public institutions of higher education pursuant to VA Code Section 2.2-3711A1 relating to the review of the superintendent's performance objectives and to specific staff and evaluation of specific departmental operations. Thirdly, consultation with the legal counsel regarding specific legal matters requiring the provision of legal advice by such counsel pursuant to VA Code Section 2.2-3711A7 pertaining to actual or probable litigation of the institute. And lastly, consultation with legal counsel regarding specific legal matters requiring the provision of legal advice by such counsel pursuant to VA Code Section 2.2-3711A8. Could I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Then we are in closed session.
Mary Kate, can you hear us?
I can, pulling the slide.
Great.
So we're in open session.
Yes, sir.
All right, it's now 3:37. During its closed meeting, the board discussed only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements under the Virginia Freedom of Information Act, and only those public business matters identified in the motion convening the board in closed session. And I ask for a motion to certify the closed meeting. So, is there a second? Second. We'll do a roll call vote. Bill, you want to run through the roll call votes? I'm sorry. Couldn't find the list.
I have it.
Okay.
Mr. Adams. Aye. Mr. Edgar. Aye. Mr. Fain. Aye. Mr. Garcia. Aye. Mr. Gottwald. Aye. Mr. Inman. Aye. Mr. Lester. Aye. Mr. Justra. Aye. Ms. Lord.
Aye.
Mr. Marsh. Aye. Mr. McKnight. Aye. Ms. Mob. Ms. Phillips.
Aye.
Ms. Todd. Mr. Williams. Aye. Mr. Watson.
Aye. Great. Thank you, Word. I'll turn things then over to the nominated you, I think. Tanya.
I think we need to take a recess.
Okay, we take a recess and we shall reconvene in 5 minutes. 5 minutes or so. Great, thank you. For those online, please, we'll just be on hold.
We're good.
Ready to go?
Yes, sir.
I'll pass things to you, sir.
Yes,
The nominating committee just having met and completed its meeting, would like to present the following individuals for the president, vice president, and secretary of the board. For the president, our minister is John Adams. For the vice president, it would be Mr. Watson, Mr. Gotwell, and Mr. Williams. And for secretary, Mr. White. That would be our motion. I would also like, before we get a motion, I'd like to present it as a slate. So everyone can vote on it at once. I'd like to know if there's any objection. Slate vote. Sorry. Thank you. So, the motion, all in favor for those, oh, one other thing, as part of that motion, this will become effective July 1st, 2024. Anyone have any comments? We have a second. I'd ask that all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say nay.
Nay.
Thank you. The motion passed carried. And with that, we have concluded the business for the nomination and vote.
I think we have a related, somewhere in the time, which is the, executive committee.
The board is responsible for having a non-alumni on the executive committee. I would use that you are, take that official, that position, that one out July 1st, 2024. That is my motion to the board. All in favor? Aye. All those opposed? Those that are none, that motion carries.
Thank you. We had one other action in an executive closed session as well, which was the review of the superintendent's performance for this past year and a recommendation regarding his compensation. And I have a motion to approve what was discussed in closed session. So for a second, any discussion or commentary? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Stand approved. Thank you. Is there any other business? We missed anything? And please don't anybody say, yes, yes, that was not intended, that was a response. Obviously, we had to cover an awful lot of ground and make some very important decisions, fully behind the decisions that we've made, as you can tell from my vote. So, discussions like we had obviously become a little difficult, but now we have to bond back together again and make sure that the institute that we see right out this window is one that's our first and foremost priority on the page and things ahead. So, my congratulations to John, you and your role, and I'm in there to help him do anything I can. So if there's no other actions or discussions, I'll take a motion to adjourn. So hopefully, I can get a second. Well, full approval. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
I'm very excited.